So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. He's not even from Texas! Well, butter my buns and call me a biscuit! He's a faker! He's a fake yeehaw! Hello, welcome Bishes. My name is Bishi. Today we're playing some more Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the first one in the trilogy. We are still working on the fifth trial, the fifth case, which is the last one in this first game. It is definitely giving me some trouble, so lend me your brain cell energies. Just, you know, do the thing that Goku asked everyone to do the spirit bomb, but like with your brains. So just pick up your brain and then like push it towards the sky. I guess let's continue. Let's do it! I think this is my save, right? Yeah, the 30th. Alright. Let's go. Silence. Alright, February 23rd, Police Department entrance. So what was the last thing? I think one of the last things we did was I got the spray so that we can tell if there's been any blood anywhere, even if it's been cleaned. We'll be able to see it with the goggles and the spray that she has. And we found some on a cactus and in a couple other places. We found it on a cactus, we found it in Edgeworth's office, and of course we found it at the crime scene. I remember that. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please. Huh? Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Oh, now he's sad. And then the lunch lady gave us that lunch box so we can go give it to someone to help us get information. That also happened. Yeah, the good old Luminol, that's the name of it. Just as reliable as duct tape. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. Let him eat, he's sad! I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not in control of the story here. You made Gummy sad. Me personally? And the game didn't give me a yes or no option. I can't do anything. I'm sorry. Let's go, we got bentos. We got the bentos. It actually looks really good. A criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? Yep. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Flashback. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Alright. Bye. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, the song came back. He just has a little boombox under his coat, playing his theme song. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Good cry? He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Alright. So... we want to go... here? No? We want to go... here? We want to go... Did he say the investigation something? Oh, Lord Jesus. I don't know. I see the brain cells are already failing. They just said where to go, and I was like, oh, yeah. And then it wasn't what I thought they were talking about. I wish I had a bento box for every situation like her, to be honest. A new game came out on Switch, right? It's like the prequel when Phoenix was in high school. I saw it this morning on the eShop. When Phoenix was in high school? Are you talking about the Great Ace Attorney games? I think those... I thought that they happened, like, way in the past before the main trilogy happened, and it wasn't even actually Phoenix. I thought that's what it was, right? Or am I wrong about that? Do you think themes would be annoying, IRL? I would blast it everywhere I go. I know I would get annoyed really fast. If I could change my theme whenever I wanted to, I would accept it. But if it was the same song every day, every moment that I am alive, no. That's not Phoenix. Yeah, I didn't think so. You got me confused, Punish. Yeah, so the characters in the Great Ace Attorney, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they're just like ancestors to the characters, kind of. I think that's supposed to be how it's set up. Yeah, Great Ace Attorney is Phoenix's ancestor. Yes, okay, so I thought correct. Yeah, that just came out, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it's really new. It's been out a while, but only in Japan, so that's the first time it's been localized for a Western release, so lots of people are excited about it. I am planning on playing it once I'm done with the main trilogy, so yeah. I don't have it right now. I'm gonna wait until I actually need to buy it to play. Okay, I need to talk to her. Hold on. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Oh yeah, his reaction. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. Ah, about the killing at the police department, right? This guy. Looking like a Pez dispenser. Is that what one of y'all said last time? Or something else? Like a hungry hippo. The chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Someone? I don't think any of them like him. Pez dispenser because his mouth opens so wide. Why are you plotting? Oh, they're both named Naruhodo. Oh, okay, in Japan. It's like Ishin. Yeah, similar, yeah. Similar vibes with the localization and stuff, but we actually got the Great Ace Attorney localized. Ishin not so much yet. Oh, you compared him to Pac-Man. Okay. So I thought of Pez dispenser. Alright, cool. Let's see. Here's where okay, detention center. Alright, I got confused. Oh, because he was clapping. Okay. I was like, why are you guys applauding right now? February 23rd, detention center, visitors room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying! Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, it's him! Oh, he's in the cell! Hi! Greetings, sir! Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! Oh my god. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Wait, perpetrator of what? Huh? Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir! Sir! Oh, he is their... Oh, he's who they think killed it? I'm sorry, it's just... I know that that's what they've been leading up to, but just seeing Meekins here in the cell, I was like, oh, silly Meekins, what are you doing in there? He's the suspect. They think this guy killed Goodman. Okay. Alright, that just clicked because I couldn't believe it. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Sir! Ow. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. His face. A suspicious person. Yeah, wow. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. I like the little face he had a second ago. His head is shaped like a stop sign. Hexagon head. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! If you had to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. I think, is Meekins really capable? I mean, I don't know, maybe while he's being, interrogated, maybe he's gonna snap. You know. His eyes will turn dark. He'll do the Kubrick stare. He's just a little lost lamb. That's what they all say! Poor old Meekins, at the wrong place at the wrong time. Wait. Yes. At the wrong place at the right time. I love these sprites so much, I know. Typical front. I was so shocked I blacked out and then woke up with the blood on my hands. God. Typical! I love how your voice for him is just constant nervous screaming. Well, that's what he's doing! About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, Don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do! Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Interesting. Okay. So, maybe... So Goodman... I mean, did they... So they didn't find his body then, right? I'm a little confused. I think the timeline was... Meekins has this altercation with Goodman. Goodman is basically trying to stab Meekins, probably because he's a witness to him stealing, you know, this evidence from the evidence room. And then Meekins blacks out, and then Goodman kind of like frames him, I guess, for his own murder. And then he leaves, and he's still alive at this point, and then he somehow ends up in the trunk of Edgeworth's car. Okay. Probably doing something similar to Lana? Because they both got the wound on their hand, so I don't know. Something like that. I think Goodman is not a good man. I think his name is a little red herring. I'm about to shove his head in that megaphone if you don't shut it off. The megaphone is permanently glued to his hand. It was a tragic incident in his backstory, trust me. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card! That card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing! I better pry into this one a little deeper. All right. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. Yeah, you said that before. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. Well, what happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Thank you. Help me through this. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. Okay. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. So how do they know there was a murder if there's no body? Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Well, they have video evidence of this whole time. so we need to go... What, here? Oh, okay. Trust me, he whooped! Meekin's going feral. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant. Oh, this guy. Mr. Pez Dispenser. And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Aha, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh ho ho, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? His theme. I just noticed how out of place his character design looks next to everyone else. Meekin's, yeah. He's very different. Looks different. Hey, Sly, welcome. Fake Sonic. What are you talking about? Gant is so orange. He's very orange. Why'd they put so much orange in his design? I guess let's talk to him. Oh, the cursed blue badger? Is that what you mean? I didn't even see it in the background. I'm gonna be honest. It just fades away for me. I did not notice the little guy. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know. They're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, righto? Mm-hmm. Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. I'm smelling some corruption. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Uh-oh. Hey, Bonnie, welcome. Its eyes are soulless black voids. It creeps me out. I come here and I already see Blue Badger slander. Take it up with the Blue Badger fan club. Oh, Meekins looks like he belongs in Lupin the Third. I do see that. His longer face design does make it feel like that. Yeah, I mean, he's a little more cartoony than everyone else, right? I feel that. He's just a silly little boy. He's just a silly boy. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the Chief of Detectives' trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the Chief of Detectives to do. Hide evidence! Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Alright. Let me just go through all the stuff I have. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Sorry, righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. Okay, we'll skip through this. I'm just gonna try everything, see what happens. Not gonna say anything about the dancing blue badger, huh? His goatee looking like Edgeworth's cravat. Go ahead and roast him. I don't like him. Just a silly little man. I wonder if it's the evidence, like the knife, maybe? The other knife. Let's go through these ones. Anything? No. How about some luminol spray? Okay, so maybe I give him the bento? No. Okay, there's nothing I can do with him right now. Interesting. And there's nothing else to talk about with you. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Food? Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir? He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Alright. Nothing from you. Speaking of Edgeworth, no Edgeworth here. Okay. Hey Dan, welcome. Spray him with the luminol. Man reeks of iron. Maybe I will. Look. Watch his whole body start to glow like a glow stick. Looking like a glow stick. Oh. Yes, roast him. I don't know if he did the murder, but he just seems like a bad person. Okay, I think I missed something over there. Hold on. There must be something I can do here. Anything else? No? Okay. I showed him everything I have, didn't I? I only didn't show him that picture and this. I mean, let me just do everything, I guess. That's weird. Whoops. That's weird. Okay. So I showed him all the evidence I have. I talked to him already. There's nothing else to really do. I can examine, but this room is pretty much just the same. Ooh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. Oh, okay, I just had to ask him directly and he was just gonna tell me what he was doing? Okay, I didn't think about that. Just simple, direct question. Okay. Roast him. Sly, are you calling Gant Daddy? I want that foxy grandpa roasted! I should have known someone would thirst for him. Of course. I mean, live your life, I'm not judging. Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Okay. The police department crime scene. That would be the evidence room. So that's my hint, I guess. Oh, okay, we can talk to him now. Hey Lex, welcome. I know one of y'all called him daddy looking last week, I swear. That does sound familiar. Don't look at me. Not really, I would rather have Edgeworth. Oh, okay, valid, also valid. The only person I ever called that was Kiryu, and it was to make a Daddy of Dojima joke. No, it was a no, you were serious. You really called him that. For reals. That is the only truth I'll accept. It wasn't a joke. You were showing your true colors. Permission to enter. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Hmm? Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50 no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. He's saying that to all of you. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. Is it lapel or lapel? I don't know. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright, now we can go there. Yeehaw. Oh, okay, no one's here? We're just gonna go in? Alright. It's okay, you can call Kiryu daddy. It's true, he told me I could personally. Okay, I'm done. Alright. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. They won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina skies so gray? That's him. The Yeehaw himself! Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest, he said it. He said it again! That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Wait, yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? Oh my god. I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Okay. McCree, Yeehaw Man appears. It is currently not high noon for me, but it will soon be low noon. 12 a.m. Yeehaw! There you go, Sly. But it is somewhere, ain't it? Yeehaw! Not high noon for me, but it is somewhere, am I right? Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. We're gonna talk to you anyway. I'm gonna knock that half off of him if he's speaking to me like that. The sass. Sassy cowboy. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his 6-shooter, I say a little prayer. Oh, he's hungry, isn't he? He's who we give the bento to. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. Relatable. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation. Pronto. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Okay, he's gonna say the same thing. Too hungry to yeehaw properly. Don't gotta be noon to give a good old yeehaw! I was in the other room and I just hear a loud yeehaw. Yeehaw in the distance. Ooh, just finished the first case. The music, the feeling of discovering the case and catching the witness in a lie. I'm already loving this game. Also, the comedy is amazing so far. Oh, are you playing the first Ace Attorney game along with us now? Oh boy. He was just too hungry to talk. Yeah, this game pretty much immediately drew me in the first day I started playing it. It was so fun. I'm definitely a fan now. I can't wait to play all the games that are available to me to play. Feed the cowboy, please! He hungers for meat! Hold on, let me look at this real quick. Date lost 221. Name Bruce Goodman. ID 59 and the 9 scratched out. Okay. Interesting. So he wrote a 5, and then he wrote a 9, and then scratched it out. His ID is 58. That's probably a clue for something. But anyway. Yeah, let's give him the bento. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Your baby? He's not even from Texas! Well, butter my buns and call me a biscuit. He's a faker. He's a goddamn faker. He's a fake yeehaw. I'm more real than he'll ever be. And I got a pom-pom on my hat. He's a phony. He's a big fat phony. I throw my hat on the ground in disgust. Yeehaw! Yee nah, son! Yee nah! That yellow-bellied, two-faced varmint! Can we add Torby's message of "Yee nah, son" as a quote, please? Somebody. Oh my god. So this whole time I was like, oh, they have a character from Texas. That's cool, I guess. That's cool. He was faking the whole... He just saw a special on TV and was like, that's gonna be me now. I'm just gonna take that, thank you, dip it in my water, yes. Oh, Torby, just put the words together. It's like add quote, no spaces. I don't know how to actually, but okay, no, it's fine. That is the least of your worries to memorize, it's okay. Oh my god, that was so funny. It's okay, he's just cosplaying. No excuse, no excuses! Yeah, originally all the characters are Japanese, so yeah, no, it does make sense. Oh my god. It's like, and I think there are actually people like this. Like there's, say, like Westerners who will, you know, like take on a bunch of aspects of Japanese culture and like just integrate that into how they act and talk and stuff like that, right? Even though they're, you know, American or, you know, a Western country. I think there are Japanese people who do a similar thing for like cowboy culture. I don't know why, but he's one of those guys. Oh my god. To be honest, I wouldn't mind having this theme play for me everywhere I go. Actually, yeah, I like his theme. I'm playing the first Ace Attorney right now, and while I know the culprit of the cases, I'm still excited to play the rest of the cases. Oh, that's awesome, Arkham! I'm so happy for you. I'm glad you're having a good time. A phony! He's a faker. How darn he, that Yeehaw phony. He's kicked out of the Texas Club, y'all! You fake! Made a big mistake, Marshall. That's my purse, I don't know you, Marshall. It's okay, he's just cosplaying. I can respect that. No. No rights for Marshall. He's a big fistful of dollars fan? What is that? Thank you for the clip, Ruuuvo. That's my purse. I don't know you. Yee-nah. That's gonna be my new verbal hook for the next week. Just yee-nah. Yee-nah. I love how we all went full-on Texan for this, of course. Even if you're not from Texas. Isn't there a Japanese subculture where they're super into 1950s greaser culture? Oh, I hadn't heard of that, but I can believe it. Hideo Kojima is one of those guys, really? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's Bobby Hill. Yes. Alright, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from My Baby? And then he called Star his baby. Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What is he biting? He's like, what do you think? Handing this off to me. What? What's wrong? The filet steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. All right, Bambina. You win. Ask anything. Smack. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. All right. There we go. Oh, Fistful of Dollars is a famous Western where the cowboy sound effect is from. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand. I forgot. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? Thought I had to sneeze, sorry. Just like I got my finger on the mute button, I'm like, no, it's gonna leave, it's gone, all right. I hate that. Hey, Lemmy, welcome, welcome. That's such a cute emote. I love Sylveon. How you doing, Lemmy? I like Meekly better. Sounds funnier. Marshall, get off my lawn. That steak, it's just like my mama used to make. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? He doesn't eat his vegetables. Hey, Wanderer, welcome. Kermit! Kermit! I love Kermit. Alright, Marshall. Marshall! Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what exactly happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. False alarm sneezes are extra annoying because you lose the satisfaction you get after sneezing and you brace yourself for nothing. Especially when I'm streaming too, because I always mute myself if I'm gonna sneeze. And so I have to like prepare. Okay, now? No? Okay, mute button now! No. Mute now? It's so annoying for me. Oh. I need like a button under my desk. Like a panic button, but for sneezes. Just mute. Bambina! A little Bambina! Yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, Lemmy and Wanderer. I hope you all are having a good night. Do I mute now? Yeah, it's just such a crisis. On to the second case of Ace Attorney. I must ask, isn't it illegal for a defense attorney to personally know their clients like Larry? Probably. You must suspend your belief while you play, or else you will get very confused. Foot pedal for mute. Honestly, that'd be pretty nice. That'd be pretty nice. I actually do have a mute toggle for the mic on my headset. I do actually have a little mic here, but it would not sound that nice on stream, of course. I just use this for if I'm playing like multiplayer games, for instance. So I have a little mute button and a volume control on my headset, but I don't have that for my actual microphone. I actually mute my mic through my computer software instead of like physically turning my mic on and off, because that's not good for the longevity of it, with the way I have it set up anyway. Just sneeze out loud. No, I refuse. Some streamers definitely need a cough button, like the radio. Oh, so like they can mute it when they're coughing or something like that. Yeah, I tend to mute if I need to cough or sneeze or anything like that, just because it doesn't sound very nice, so yeah. Fine! I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. There's 5-8. There's Goodman, and then I am assuming the one under it is Meekins, both from 5:14 p.m. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Bambina is so fun to say. No wonder he does it so much. It is really fun to say. Hashtag just streamer things. Radio boards have literal cough buttons so they can mute. Oh wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It's okay, Torby. Take this burp. Here you go. Meekins. I can't believe they're trying to pin this on Meekins. Like, come on. His name is Meekins. And have you looked at the lad? Have you looked at him? Wouldn't hurt a fly. Even if he had to, even if his life depended on it. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
Interesting.
It's Meekly now. According to the cowboy who's a faker. A fake yeehaw. Can't believe it. Okay, so I wonder if we can talk to him some more, if I show him some evidence, or if we should just go into the room.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
But wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me!
If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
ID card record added to the court record.
IDs of all who entered the evidence room on 2/21. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Okay. How about you? Sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither Wild nor West here.
Aha! But that and this are two different things entirely.
I guess so? Huh? I'm lost.
We all are. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Do I show him more stuff yet? I guess let's try it. See what happens. Meekly, I love that. Call him a faker all you want. He's still extremely committed. You have to give him that. I mean, yes! He is extremely committed. This is just him now, you know? He lives and breathes yeehaw. Just double checking. Nothing. Whoops. Yeah, I think that's about it with him. Alright. Let's go to the evidence room. This is neither Wild nor West. I thought this was LA, which is both. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Oh, I see the metal detector in here. And the fishing pole. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Oh, Gumshoe's here.
Eek!
Whoa!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. She smacked him on the head? So, is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50 no problem. Go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire.
It's Gumby! Gumshoe!
Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? That's what you took away from the conversation. Okay.
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today?
Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. I guess let's look at it first. We have so much evidence for this trial. Okay. It's just a sideways L. Got it? Let's talk to him. Excuse me, Gant. I need $50.
$50, please!
Poor guy's salary is so tiny that a $50 handout is tantalizing for him. Poor Gumshoe.
So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course! I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess-up in the court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SO9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. That's pretty high-tech.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it,
zap, you get a shock.
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. So he just admits he's like accidentally tried to open other lockers. Gumshoe knows what adamant means? I think we aren't giving him enough credit. Maybe it's the only big word he knows. Okay, let's show this. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case.
Interesting.
Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent. So it was a murder? A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Oh, yeah, that's... okay, they keep saying victim, they mean Goodman. Yeah. Alright, let's look around. There's something sticking out of here.
Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Aww, Gumshoe.
This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams.
I'm not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open.
Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here.
Alright. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner.
That looks like a car door.
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away.
Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
So mean to Gumshoe, I know! They're just roasting him to his face. Harsh. Why are they being so mean to Gumshoe? He's always helping us. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah, I recognized it right away. Right, pal. That's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Okay. Alright, Gumshoe, whatever you say. Why is there a bloody handprint? What's this? Blood.
It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here.
It looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Of course I will. I've been spraying any surface I can find.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
There's some blood on them too. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? Oh my god, stop! There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. Before whatever it was broke.
You want to try to put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Really? We're just gonna mess with evidence right now? Oh. They're really making me do puzzles right now. This one looks pretty jagged. None of them look like they... Hello. None of them look like they match. Oh, like some of them look jagged enough, but 3D puzzle time. So it's just giving me a spot and I have to find the one piece that fits. I can't like rotate the vase as is or anything. I just have to find the piece that fits what it's telling me right now. Just letting you all know. I still don't understand how Gumshoe can defend Edgeworth either. The amount of times he's been demoted due to Edgy Boy, I'm surprised he still trusts him. Yeah, I don't know, he's just incredibly loyal to him. You gotta look at their heart. Gumshoe summoned for KH4 confirmed. 400 IQ puzzle, let's go! I swore I did this case, but why don't I remember this? Booba, my brain when having to do puzzles. Just fade. Off topic, I'm still surprised Nick hasn't been put in Smash as a fighter. I feel like Ace Attorney has more than earned its place in gaming history to deserve a spot, but you could also say that for Dante and Sora. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it could have to do with like branding or licensing things, you know, stuff like that too, who knows. He is in a fighting game though, I don't remember which one. Yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom. So he does have a appearance in a fighting game at least, not Smash though. Oh, I was gonna say something. Oh, so it's funny, I'm doing this puzzle right now. Me and Ruuuvo went to visit family. That was another thing we did over the weekend. And we got to solve this fun puzzle. Ruuuvo's brother really likes I guess you call them 3D puzzles. Usually it's like a box and you have to like move pieces around to unlock it and find a compartment on the inside of it. So we were trying out one of them and it's like themed after Davy Jones' locker. So it has like these little, like what you steer a boat with. It had like those on the top. It had a part where you have to use constellations and like find the right constellation and press a button. So it was really fun. I don't remember like the official name of it or anything, but yeah, it was all made of wooden pieces that you like put together and then you have to solve it. I think you build it, but we didn't build it. He built it before we got there. But yeah, I really like doing puzzles like that, but it took hours. It took us like, I want to say 2 to 3 dedicated hours. And then we had to get one hint because I got really stuck and we were just thinking of something the wrong way. So, but yeah, it's really fun to do like brain teaser things like that. So I kind of want to start getting puzzles for myself now. Maybe we'll do a stream where we have to try to solve a puzzle. Yes, and Phoenix's moveset is amazing. Almost every one of his attacks is unintentional, whether it's him bending down to look for evidence, tripping, or sneezing. Yeah, I've seen a video of him in that game. So that piece looks really jagged. It's not... None of these pieces really look like they... Oh! Okay. I guess that one was it. So there's like a flat part at the bottom there. No? Not yet for that. And that's like a top piece too. Maybe this piece. Yeah, okay. Yep, that one looked like it fit. Oh, actually, yeah. No? Okay. No, it's not that? Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wait. There we go. That little piece. What? I can't even move the freaking base around. You're supposed to. I'm supposed to know it from. Okay. I guess just along the top part then. Maybe this. Yeah. Okay. This. No? Maybe this one? Yeah. Now... yeah. And then the last piece. There we go. So there's still a good chunk of it missing.
We did it!
Huh?
Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Yeah, it has a really odd shape.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Unstable jar added to the court record. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. It has blood on it, so it might be a murder weapon? Or it was in the room when the murder happened? I don't know. We should confirm to have an IQ of 400. Thank you. At least! Wow. Thanks. What would Phoenix's final smash be? Does he have like an ultra move in that game he's in? I mean, if I had to say something, probably like an objection, you know? And then like a swarm of papers goes and gives them paper cuts to death. Proving the other fighter is guilty of murder. That's his ult! Alright, let's keep looking around. We still need to do the luminol spray too. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar.
There are two things that bother me. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke.
I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. There's a glove here.
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? Oh my god, why do they keep blaming him? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. See, Phoenix is the dummy here.
Rubber glove added to the court record.
Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Maybe Goodman was the serial killer.
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Of course they did. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Oh, Gumshoe. This game is so mean to Gumshoe. I don't know why they're all ganging up on him right now. Okay, his special in MVC is basically what I said. Okay. Yeah, proving the other fighter guilty of murder and pointing it out at them. Objection, absolution. His ultimate move in MVC is him basically yelling at the other fighter that they have a terrible case against him and they break down. It's really funny to watch him accuse Spider-Man of homicide. Blue Badger! It's funny because I'll get such mixed reactions in chat for Blue Badger. Like, some people are like, oh my god, Blue Badger, so cute. And then other people are like, his face mocks me. His soulless eyes stare blankly at me. Let Gumshoe make his funny little characters in peace! Alright, I think it's time for the Luminol spray. Let's do it! Spray everything! Well, we have that. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. They're just ignoring him. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Well, we weren't expecting you to say that as your opinion, you know. Yeah, so that's blood. But it's pink! Oh, now it's blue. Okay. Spray and observe everything. Oh, Gumshoe. You sweet, sweet man. Not a thought behind those eyes. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. I mean, hey! If he is a detective and he's saying don't trust the cops, then you know what? He would know, wouldn't he? He's like a giant kid. I love him. Gumshoe says A-cap. Oh my god. Oh. Gumshoe's like, even me! No. Everyone but me! Alright, anything else on this side? No. Gumshoe is the best. Let's slide over and see if there's anything else. Oh! Ooh! Oh! I knew there was more. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called Luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. So, see, he's a detective and he doesn't know about stuff like this. Sir. I think that might be it. I think so. I already sprayed everything here. Okay. So. We have so much evidence. So he said the floor plan will have it. Okay, so any blue dots on any floor plan is gonna have where the blood splatter is. Okay. Well, I think that's it. Let's see if there's anything new to do anywhere else. Oh, Gant's not here. Okay. Maybe we can present the evidence to him and see what he says. He's still thinking of those 50 big ones, yep. Could you take a look at this? Okay. Oops. Oh yeah, we didn't get to look at it, hold on. Tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? I think she might lose at Scrabble. Okay, well that's it. It's just a glove. Nothing in the glove? Okay. Gant, I want 50 bucks! Give it to me now! He doesn't know what this is. Let's look at it. Hey look, they're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Okay. It's just very broken. Oh. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Very curious. That's weird. It kind of looks like a vase, but yeah, you can see through it. Oh. Alright. Oh, you're challenging me, Emma? Oh, you're approaching? So, just a zoom in on the locker. Okay. Oh, you're approaching me, Mr. Wright? Alright, maybe I need to present something to Gumshoe? I don't know. Oh, maybe... Hold on. Maybe I can present something to him, because he was the lead, the top, like, detective for the case, right? Nope. No. No. Maybe we're done with him then. Okay. No? Okay. Just making sure. Trying to read the kanji on Meekly's armband. I think I have a problem. It's exciting though, like when you're learning a new language and you can actually start to understand it and like read words in the other language. You're like, because I got like that too when I was learning Japanese, which I still need to get back to. I keep saying that every year. Let's go in here. I don't know, do I present it to you? Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing! That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Hey, Sakura, hello! Welcome. How you doing today? Okay, he doesn't want this. We're playing some Ace Attorney. Hope you're having a good night. I don't know what to do now. Is there maybe more blood somewhere that I didn't see? see. I hate when I get stuck like this. Okay, let's look around some more. I swear I sprayed everywhere though. Yeah, it has been a while. Happy to see y'all here. Yeah, happy to see you too. Hope all has been well. We are working on the last case in this game, and then I'm gonna move on to the second Ace Attorney. It's my first time ever playing it. I'm having a blast, but this case is really tough. It is a difficult one. I'm having to use my brain cell pretty hard. Working out my brain muscles. No, I think I got everything. Alright, huh. Well then I don't know what to do. Other than 2 stress-related seizures I had last month, I'm great. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sakura. I laughs nervously. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you're okay. You know, glad that you were doing okay otherwise, I guess. I'm so sorry. Yeah, glad that you're better. Okay, don't know what to do. Okay, let me move around everywhere and see if anything pops up. Does she say anything new? No. Oh gosh. And I don't think presenting anything new to him does anything, even though I thought it would. I can't talk to him. Can I show something to her? She worked on the case too. Let's try that. Yeah, she is not talking about that. Oops. Okay. No, no! Present! I'm pressing the wrong button. Queen! Can you take a look at this? No, she won't. Oh. Oh, Lord. I just want to know where to go. I just want to know what to do. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see if Edgeworth is home. I don't think he is, but it's worth a try. He is not. He is not here. I am thoroughly confused. At least it took about an hour and a half for me to get stuck this time. I got stuck like right away last time. Oh god. Well. So we have Meekins, we have Star, we have Marshall, and we have Gumshoe to talk to. I already showed all the characters, all of the most recent evidence, so I don't think it's that. Trying your love with Star, huh? There must be something I've missed. Well, wait, didn't they say they wanted to come back here at some point? Maybe I'm wrong. I guess let's examine. She prefers her nickname. I think so. The love meter tells all. But what would we want to look at here that we haven't already seen, you know? I feel like I've seen everything. 8 block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, I said that before. Oh lord. Okay, I may or may not need help figuring out what to do next, just because I usually get stuck like this for a while, so let me see. I mean, what did we get just now? So we got a lot of evidence. We got this. We saw the blood splatter in the evidence room. Did they say specifically anything to do next? I don't think so. Usually the way to progress is like the most recent area that was unlocked. So let's just go back. And then Gant was gone. I thought maybe I could talk to him. But I guess not. Alright, what does Gumshoe say? So we talked about the SL9 incident. Okay, it was a serial killing. Mr. Edgeworth got him to go to jail, I guess. Must be... They had the transferal the other day. Last job he ever did. What do you mean? Yeah, Goodman was in charge of the SL9 incident. Victim took a knife out of the evidence locker himself. Oh, okay, so maybe we present the timestamps? Maybe we present this. 1% love between Ruuuvo and Angel Star. Wow. Damn, she loved me last week. Well, you know, she does have like 100 partners, so maybe she moved on. This is why I'm glad they list your current objective for you in the newer games. Yeah, that'll be a comfort in the later games for me. 50% love between Sakura and herself. That sounds about right. Oh, Popeye's Blackened Ranch. Always gotta try that one, huh? Someday you'll get 100. Someday. And then, oh, she said, "That's Queen to you, vermin." Let's see if this does something. Yeah! We should take a look at this. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So, it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
What is it?
That second number! It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? ID card record updated in the court record. IDs of all who entered. Oh, wow.
So what does this mean? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey, pal, look at the time! Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. What is that? What is... Is that a restaurant? It says Tres Bien? What is that? Is that blonde? Huh? It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Oh, Gumshoe. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Okay, now we have made some progress. I just had to talk to him again to remember, like, the last thing we said to him, I guess. Oops. 54 with Gumshoe. Just a lot of low percentages today for some reason. Alright, so now we go to Mr. Edgeworth. So we're gonna go over here. Oh, okay, Tres Bien is a reference to something in the series. You won't find out for a while, don't worry. Oh, okay. I was just like, this flyer looks silly. Okay, go in here. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Oh, why are you here? Ah, guests! My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Oh, okay. Y'all didn't see him? Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Oh my god.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Oh my god. Well, let's talk to him first. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant.
Curious!
I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts.
Well, let's present some evidence to him.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him.
Best evidence. Okay, so this one. I thought I was gonna try everything, but... Ooh! 69% love between Arkham and Angel. You got the funny number.
Oh right, I'd better check this now. As I was saying, Ooh. What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Well, why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less.
The Chief of Police? This feels like a setup!
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it.
Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver added to the court record. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's, brought back to his office by Gant's request. AI 16?
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
I don't know about that.
Well... Okay, he's not doing anything. Gant is sus. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna read it! I'm not reading that! Okay, no. Well, is that all we're gonna get out of him? I don't know where to go next then. Orange, just like Garfield. So Gant, I mean wait, their names both start with G too. The dots are connecting. Okay, I don't think he's gonna talk about anything else. I think that is it. So let's move. Oh, she left. Alright. He's still here. Can I show him this? No. Oops. Okay, so the order, okay, so the 4-9 number that I'm covering was Meekins. The 5-8 number is Bruce, and then the 8-7 number is Edgeworth. So Edgeworth went in there at 4:40. So a little while before Goodman went in there. Okay.
All I need to hear is him saying he wants lasagna, and then it's case closed. Alright. Maybe... no? Oh lord. And then he's gone. And then... yeah, so everybody's left, basically. So... what do I do now? I'm sure I still need to talk to Edgeworth. Do I just show him everything I have? I guess so. I must have missed something with Edgeworth. Let's go back. Because there is nothing else to do, it seems. Here he is. Oh my god. 0% love between Flame and Meekly, 1% love between Flame and Meekins. It's a one-sided romance, ain't it? Oh my god. Oh, 89 with Ruuuvo and Majibo. Okay, I think that's the highest percentage we've seen today. So there you go. He is so pressed that I called him Meekly. Officer Meekins gets a 76%. Okay, that's a little better. Alright. Well... maybe we can look around and see something new? Can we bring up the blood that was in his room? How do I do that, though? I don't think I can. Damn it! Okay, let's just look around again then. Work desk, quite tidy. And then they think that he's polishing his desk for him. I think this is all gonna be the same stuff, honestly. I don't think there's a point in examining things. Yeah. Okay, this is all the same. And he doesn't have anything else to talk about. What did he say here again? Yeah, we learned that Gant is going to be in control now. And then he's upset. We showed him the timestamps. What else can we show him? Okay, he's not going to say anything to that. So there must be something else I can show him. Let's just go down the list. Let's take a second. I probably have showed him a lot of these from before, but you know. Can we say anything to that? No. Shoe. No shoe. How about the knife again? The switchblade? No. Oh, wait. Oh. I'm so sorry. Okay, I thought he wasn't gonna say anything. Oh, what did he say just now? Okay, sorry. I skipped one piece of dialogue. It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, there we go. Allegations of forgery. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was the Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully.
Yeah, see, so like Edgeworth starts out as this antagonist, and you're like, oh my god, updated autopsy report again. But he's not a bad person, and he's not corrupt. He just has a very specific moral code that he follows, which also includes not forging things, so he's a good person, I think.
By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this.
Oh, for fingerprints? Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints.
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks.
How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well?
Yeah, Gumshoe didn't even know what luminol fluid is, but this, this prosecutor does. Oh, I will say, I'm not having an issue with this, but so far, finding evidence is very trial and error. Not that's bad, just an observation. I think definitely in the beginning, too. Doesn't help that Dracula was his mentor during his formative years. 97! Love with pizza. Well, there you go.
Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint file.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
Yes, I remember! Alright, now I know exactly where to go. Finally! Nope. Well, no. Went to the wrong one. Here we go. Here we go. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Let's do it! Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Well, probably the thumb. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
With the X button, see?
Ah, it looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With the triangle button. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. I bet on the DS you're actually like blowing air into the DS. Look at all these minigames they're making you do with the power of DS technology.
Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I'd better give it a try.
Woo! Woohoo! Yes! Get the flour everywhere! Just cover up the whole... Yeah. I don't want any blue pixels once I'm done. Can you get a completely clear? Oh my god. I think I'm overdoing it. Nah. I don't think so. I just want to know how far I can go, you know? This is what I would have done if I had it on the DS. I would have kept tapping away until it was all clear. Yes. I really gotta make sure it's saturated, you know, because I'm a professional. I always make sure I do a really good job. I can't get the bottom part there because the goddamn buttons are covering it, but that's okay. It's alright. Oh my god! Where'd you get all that mochi dust? Mochi is a dusty boy. Mochi is dusty? We better clean him then. He's a dusty boy, but he's not a stinky boy. He just smells like a bird. Oh my god. I'm still tapping away. Yes! Yes! I'm erasing all these pixels. It's blinding! Can I really get all of them? My eyes! Wasting resources. Shake my head. Oh my god. You can get rid of almost every pixel. The only ones that are left... Oh wow, it's actually starting to hurt my eyes now. This is the game now. Hold on. Last one! Oh wait, okay. Uh-huh. Any more? Can I grab a few more? Okay. Yep. I don't see any other pixel. Oh, I almost missed one! Okay. A white void. I just press a button and it's all gone! I almost thought I was gonna have to, like, actually, go across the screen. You did it. But what did it cost you? Just a few extra moments. Complete solitude. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where they're, like, time traveling, right? And then they go to that dimension where it's just all white. Bishy snapped the rest of the game away. You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Are you telling me that we just spent all that time covering the whole screen in the powder and there's no fingerprint? Okay. When Squidward is all alone. Yes, that one. All that work for nothing! Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Oh yeah, little smudges. Let's see if we can find a clear print. To be fair, the whole screen thing was your idea. Well, yeah, but... Fingerprints outside the blood. Odd. How am I supposed to know it's saturated enough if I don't delete every blue pixel? How am I supposed to know? I won't do it. Oh, we need more! You see? You see? We needed more! It wasn't enough! Please, I don't like the solitude. No more! Oh my god. How's that? Yeah. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. I can still see the pixels, Emma! Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right. Ah yes, a print! Sneezes all the dust away. Well, shit.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker?
Gumshoe. Yep, that's him. The void has consumed Bishi's every thoughts and dreams. Eventually, Bishi stopped thinking. Wow. Just like cars. Oh, that's interesting.
Comparison complete. Match found. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yep, that's what I was thinking that whole time. There's one more. In blood that's been cleaned. Check. Oh. You guys gotta use the luminol. I like this puffball. I like it. You know what? It reminds me of my little friend on my hat. Wouldn't you say? Hold on, you can't see his eyes. He's too fluffy. Oh my god. Can you see? Oh lord. How do you see? He's like one of those dogs that gets hair in front of their eyes. You can't see anymore. There he He's just a little guy. Got a little sprout on his head. Looks just like him. Let's find some fingerprints with him. Alright, so I guess let me get out the luminol first and then we can dust it. Yeah, this one. Or maybe I examine... This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Leave it be! It's probably nothing. Let's check for prints.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So, that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me!
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Alright. Dust? Oh, I don't see anything. Nothing's happening when I press X. I don't see anything other than this handprint. Is something supposed to be happening? I don't see... Oh! I think I found something. Okay. I was just clicking everywhere and then it clicked on something. I didn't see what it was though. Future! Damn, these 3D models be wilding now. This is the future. She is a right cutie. Oh, Emma? She is very cute. She is pretty similar to Maya as well. They are my daughters. I have 2 daughters now. I am a parent now. Pink glasses are life. Yeah, her glasses are really cute. I was told apparently that the glasses she wears were intended to be in Maya's design, but they didn't include it, so they put it on Eva. So much powdered sugar! Yes, that's what it is. Yes, powdered sugar. Herbie. Alright, there's a new print. It's enough slices! It's enough powder! Oh, did I say Mia? I meant to say Maya, sorry. Don't know what a Mia is, but I believe you. Are you not a fan of Ace Attorney, Sakura? Maya is a character that was in the majority of the game. Right now we're in the last case of the game, and there are new characters replacing some of the old ones. Never seen these games before. Okay, my bad. Any of you guys remember Fun Dip? That's what this is. Oh yeah, it looks like that too. Does this smell like baby powder to you? Yeah, if you're ever confused about something, that goes for any of y'all who are new to Ace Attorney, I or someone in chat who is a fan already can certainly explain something to you. Okay, is it Emma? Let's see, it has a, Marshall! It's Marshall. Uh-oh. Not here for the game, I'm here for the Bishi. Aw, well thanks. I appreciate that. I would... What are you saying? Try to rip some Fun Dip right about now? Oh, you never liked it, to be honest? It just reminded me of it. And low-key Chunk. Oh, Sakura, have you seen the new version of Chunk that we have? I can't remember the last time you were in here if we already had new BishiDio. But there is Chunk. Remastered for 2021. Not the Yeehaw! Yeah. It was Marshall, the Texan, quote unquote. Not Texan. Fake Texan. I only remember sugar sticks that came with Fun Dip, and I would just eat the powder and sugar sticks separately. Couldn't tell you why. I mean, to me, as a kid, I didn't think about this, right? But now, like, I would detest the idea of like having a little like sugar stick and then putting it in my mouth and then putting it in powder in the back of my mouth and the back of the, you know what I mean? Like I just get grossed out by the idea of that now, so I wouldn't even want to eat it now. I'm just weird with that kind of thing. The boy! Ooh, 97% level with Chunk. There it is, gamers, let's go. Oh, and also Chunk had a baby. There's a tiny little Chunk. Oh, you know what? I'll go grab it. Hold on. Everything's fine. I didn't press on anything. Here I go. Now you guys can see my cool pants. My cool pants! There's a little baby. A little baby Chunk that I made myself. I needle felted him. And his name is Wonky. Because he looks a little wonky, but I have been told by several people that he doesn't really look that wonky, but you know, that's him. His name is Wonky. I can't change it. Yeah, he just looks like a little baby Chunk. So he lives on top of Chunk's head now. I also have a bunch of like little cockatiel plushies that are small. So you could also say that these are Chunk's babies. And I have these squishy chicks too that look like Chunks. So. Yeah, I have many small round yellow bird, even though I have never owned a cockatiel before myself. But they are very cute. Let me go put it back. I do not stand or walk, I roll. There. Wasn't staying. There, here I am. I'm back. I'm back. There is a baby Chunk. This is life. Stream is so polished and different since last I was here. Yeah. Sakura, you have been watching me for quite a long time. I have to say probably since around the time I first began. So I really do appreciate you sticking around and still coming to hang out every now and then. But yeah, things have been very, very different. The last time I was here, main character of Yakuza was rubbing panties in his face. Now we're here. Yes, I remember that. That was Kiwami 2. Oh, try following instead of followage. That's the command here. Rare, out of frame Bishi spotted. Yeah. You don't see that every stream, but sometimes. Sometimes. There you go. 2 years, 9 months, 1 week. Yeah. So I'd say you've been around quite a while. Quite a long time. But yeah, the streams have evolved quite a bit, especially after we moved into our house here. I made a lot of updates. I made my camera look better, fixed my lighting, which I still want to like improve that over time. Pretty much anything you see, I still want to improve over time and have different ideas of how to do that. It's just something that happens over time, but didn't realize it had been that long. I am stream boomer. Yeah, my 3-year stream anniversary is coming up in next month, actually, in September. So it has basically been 3 years at this point of streaming on this website. Yes. Wow, half a year. That's crazy. Oh yeah, and you have 6 months and 4 weeks, Arkham. You want me to? I wasn't even following that. Yeah, so it was a long time ago. I think I followed during the second stream of Y3. Yeah, you definitely popped in during the Y3 playthrough. Missed 3 months of stream. I am failed. No, you're fine. No worries. But yeah, I have like this whole background now, which I love. I don't have my green screen up anymore, but I do still have it. So I'm trying to think of ways to reintegrate it because I do like not covering too much, but I also like having my background to show off whenever I feel like it. I do feel like I show it off at least once or twice a week now, so I kind of like showing off bits of my personality with my background. So I don't know if I want to go back to green screen streaming, but yeah, I have all my plushies here, some Zelda, Stardew, and JoJo related figures and decorations, my Yakuza posters with the light circling Kiryu in a particular place, and then I have my little desk decorations too. I have this little planter with bird in it. Yes, birds there. But yeah, so that's the stream. I also have this now. My rainbow fan, which I love. Yes, I kind of want to get more fans, but probably something of this style. Because these are really good at like keeping me cool, and that's more for looks, you know, so this is more utility, which we had to fix it with like a piece of wire because it broke. But yeah, anyway, back to Ace Attorney. Whew. Okay, let me catch up with messages and then we'll get back to this. Y'all love babies compared to me, oh my gosh. Yeah, Automod's still around. I think I popped in around, popped in around the second act of Ghost of Tsushima, in the beginning of Act 2, I believe. Oh, I forgot that you came in when I was playing Ghost still, Arkham. Certified boomer status for Sakura. Unfollowed during Persona 5 because spoilers, so it's actually longer. Yeah, I remember that too. I think I popped in around the second act. Oh, sorry, I've already read that. Ghost is class. Platinumed it. Oh my goodness. I still haven't finished it, actually. And there's your message referring to the fan I have, which is Rainbow. Yes. Yeah, I didn't finish Ghost. I started on stream, got to Act 3, and then it just kind of tapered out. I don't know the word, but yeah. Maybe I'll go back and finish it sometime, maybe even off stream, but yeah, it's just not really something I want to play anymore at this point, but it is a great game. I was having fun with it. But... All right. Let's get back to Ace Attorney. Okay. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. What do you want to believe, Emma? That Marshall did it or your sister did it? Huh? Choose! To be continued. He's a phony anyway. Book him! Appropriating yeehaw culture. For shame! Oh, Act 3 hits so damn hard in Ghost. It's so good. The ending made me cry very much. Oh. There was, I cried for the transition from Act 2 to 3. I won't say what happened because of spoilers. But yeah, that broke me very much. I still don't know how Ghost ends, because like I said, I didn't finish it, but I'll try to someday. Yeehaw or yee-nah? Now that's the darn question, ain't it, Mr. Marshall? I know it's the worst. Yeah, it hurts so bad. All right. Here we go. Time for the trial yet again. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I do apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. She's not even addressing her sister. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Alright. How about ye law? Because he's about to get objectioned. I have a story to tell you someday when you finish Ghost. It's so hilarious, but spoilery. Okay, yeah. February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. And there he is! Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir! So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir! It was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You've got to believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is... Sir! I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend! Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir! As you wish! After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir!
What is this game trying to say, huh? What's it saying here?
Objection? Objectified? Wait, I mean objection? Look at this dude. That should be enough to say he's not guilty. He's a zoomer!
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Crime report, sir! Bailiff, get this zoomer out of my courtroom! I don't know why I gave him a southern accent just now. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. This is the longest I've heard him go without saying sir. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Oh my god. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. All right. Time to hold it. Okay, I was assigned to guard the evidence room. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Oh my god. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. The judge... I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Open and shut. I pronounce the Zoomer guilty as charged. He's in charge of what now? Oh lord. Yeah, hiring new people. Oh my god. I hope he doesn't train them too. And you said you didn't want to notice it. Yeah, apparently it's important. Suspicious person rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card. Am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? So he must be 49. There it is! I found it! Oh my god, this is the one right here! Would you please read us the number? Yes, sir! It's 4989596! That's my number, sir! I see. Huh? But the number 4989596... is shown as being used twice. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Data added to ID card record. I want the Blue Badger and Camelot to hang out and exchange shady secrets.
Yes, let all the mascots be friends.
Only doing what I was trained to do, suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
I can imagine him swinging his arms around like an octopus.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
So he would have blood on his collar. I love this guy. Book the fake Sonic. The Dastardly Trio. Camelot, Blue Badger, and... Oh no, BishiDio!
Yes. I fought for my life. Then I did it.
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir!
After that, I passed out. Oh, okay, so he knocked him out, yeah. Okay. About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious!
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too! I woke up crying tears of pain!
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. Oh my god. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
Oh my god. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Oh boy. Oh no, no, not the creepy Blue Badger, no! Oh god!
Oh god. Not the creepy music. Alright, there's Goodman. There's the glove falling out. Looking in his locker. Oh, there's Meekins. In 3D!
This is a horror game now. Oh. Oh my god. It looks like Goodman would have killed Meekins. Of course, the camera pans away. Yeah, look! Meekins is the victim here, look at that! Where's Goodman, though? Did he go... How did he get around the camera? Huh? His blinking animation is so funny. He's just like... Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Them 3D models. It's like a horror film. DS technology. Hey Ariane, welcome. This damn video. Blue Badger is terrifying. Seems like self-defense to me, yeah. I bet he was injured and crawled away under the camera. Oh, that you have a point, yes. Meekins is a good boy. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. That's true. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. I guess so. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. All right. Mystery Man. All right. Oh, gonna drink a bit and see if I can sleep. Night, sleep tight. Good night, Sakura. Thanks so much for stopping in and hanging out with us. I hope that you have a pleasant evening, sweet dreams, and take care. We'll see you around. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Well. So this is just gonna show me the video over and over. Okay, let me watch it a little bit. I'm glad I don't have to hear the song again, though. So there he goes. Yeah, you can't see his face there. You see the glove fall out here. His face is covered by the Blue Badger stalling, of course. And then the locker covering his face. And then here comes Meekins. And then, of course, his face is still covered. And then you don't see him again. Okay. Well, let's press him on everything and see what he says. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? Oh, you like his cheek lines? Yeah, the three little lines on his face.
A ladder? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when they're talking with them, you see.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him! I'd bet my badge on it!
There's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman.
He did use the badge of Goodman to get in there.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins.
Eek!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir!
You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
He opened the locker, which required his fingerprint to do.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too. Unless the locker wasn't Goodman's, and we just think it's Goodman's locker? The locker he opened is unquestionably Goodman's locker. Okay, yeah, let's address that. Yeah, I know his shriek.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
Okay. For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. Must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir! If I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? Well... So, he has a white trench coat, a white hat with a band on it, and a little neckerchief with dots. Can I verify that in the video? Or I'm gonna have to watch this video like 10 times, huh? I'm glad he didn't go into detail about his romantic troubles. I know, like, I don't want to hear it, actually. I don't. Okay, his outfit seems to be lined up there. Now, the only thing that might be off is that the glove falls out, you know? Like, is that actually... You know, so SL9 is what he worked on, right? But oh yeah, SL9, okay. Well, there must be something up with that. I don't know what the problem is quite yet, but I'm gonna say there's a problem. I know there's a problem, but I don't know what it is exactly. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What?
This video contains such a contradiction? You know what, let me save real quick. Just in case. Okay.
Oh,
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
Oh boy!
He would want me to point it out.
In that case...
Oh, wait. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. It was already lit up before he opened it. That's what it is. It was already unlocked for him. Because I noticed that. I noticed there was a light on, but I didn't see that specific piece of information, or I didn't remember it. Okay, let me look at it again. Yeah, all the lights are off. That one's lit up before he even gets to it. Okay, that's it. I got it. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. All right. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Right there. Don't look at me with them big ol' eyes, Blue Badger. Take that! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir! Do you mean me, sir? Yeah, obviously. As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Why is the music playing? When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Bishi's brain cells firing all the neurons today. I have to watch the whole video again. Someone worked really hard on this song and wanted everybody to hear it multiple times. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Okay. The song is going to haunt me. It will be in my nightmares tonight. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Wanted people to get stuck, so they get stuck in this hell with the song. I think he would be way more appealing without the nightstick. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? Yeah, he's just kind of like intimidating with the stick, you know? It's pretty catchy. It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. It was probably, Mr. Yeehaw. Oh well. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say... There's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. After I save. The shriek never gets old. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out something. Why wasn't the locker locked? Well... The lights are on. We're gonna be listening to this song a lot, I'm sorry. I don't immediately see what's wrong. Why wasn't the locker locked? There's a glove coming out. Oh! Was this like in the door, keeping it from closing? Oh, hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid, Slicer. Welcome, welcome. We're playing some Ace Attorney while some cursed music plays. Praise Meekins! Are y'all fans of Meekins? 5 Nights at Meekins, no! Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is Bishi. I play lots of different kinds of games. This is my first time ever playing an Ace Attorney game. We're in the final trial here, so this will be getting close to the end of my first experience with Ace Attorney. There's no praise. He is our god. Our cruel god! Oh my god. Okay, let me present the glove. I think that's what the problem is. That way we don't have to listen to this music again. Alright. Welcome, welcome everybody. Welcome in Quality, and AJ, and Peachy, and Same Guy. Yes, yes, and Slicer, of course. Welcome. Ah, I see you are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I am planning on playing that myself once I'm done with this trilogy. Like I said, this is my first time ever playing Ace Attorney. I started this game, I want to say like 1 or 2 months ago, and I'm almost done with it. So I'm going to be playing through the other 2 games in the trilogy, and then playing through the Great Ace Attorney 2 games. So it's going to take me a while to get there, but yeah, welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I am loving Ace Attorney. I am definitely a fan now. I had heard about it, you know, for years. Had some friends that cosplayed from it, stuff like that, but I've seen memes from it too, but like I never really got into it, so now I am. Rated by the official Meekins fan club. What a great honor. Meekins doesn't have fans, he has followers. You must worship or face the consequences. I see. Oh, reminds me way too much of a certain Five Nights location. Oh my god. Yeah, the blue badger is a little creepy, I have to admit. Glad you're enjoying it. We aren't fans, we fear him. You fear Meekins? It's true, he's the one demon. Alright, let's keep going. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. I think the blue badger is a demon. I would ask why you guys think that Meekins is a demon, but maybe it'll be explained later. Maybe it'd be spoilery to say. Alright, yeah, there's the moment. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, oh, speak of the devil! There he is!
The demon himself, apparently. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when the doors are open. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my doors, sir. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Yeah. Why are we gonna watch it again? Oh, it was something that happened during my playthrough of the first game. Oh, okay. Alright. An inside joke. I see. Meekins is a security guard you play as, and Blue Badger is Freddy. No! This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Oh, Meekins. You poor sweet boy. Look him in the eyes. The boy is a demon. His beauty is quite marvelous. Oh, also, since we just had a raid come in, I'd like to show y'all what the streams are like around here. So here's a little trailer I made. My name is BishiDio. Welcome in, Bishes. Oh! I didn't, no, please don't. I didn't mean to make you itchy, Jin, please. I'm the bug on the ceiling in Bunjuma's apartment.
Let's get back to monster f***ing.
Yeah. Oh no! 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 Right round, baby. Right round like a Bunchan baby. Right round.
All of these bugs, and we ain't got a brain cell between us.
I'll see you next time. So yeah, that's me. Like I said, my name is Bishi. I play lots of different kinds of games. I'm a big fan of Yakuza. I like to play horror games sometimes. Ace Attorney, of course, I just recently got into. And just like other random stuff like Pokemon and Red Dead a while ago. Ghost of Tsushima, stuff like that. Discord's video quality died, and it looked like his eyes vanished and fleshed over, so we joked, "Give us eyes, Meekins," and it spiraled from there. Oh god. I see it now. They took my eyes, sir! Took them right out of my head, sir! Oh god. Alright, 2 out of 3 times, yeah, get stuck in the door of my patrol vehicle. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me! But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. Yeah, it's a rubber glove. But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It was the glove! The glove! Oh, the stream froze at the Little Nightmares part? Oh god. Oh, good repertoire of games. Thank you. We're always talking about that giraffe neck monster. That's why it froze. Alright. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir! Why does his scream sound like a chicken? It sounds like a rooster. Order! Order! So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Am I a joke to you?
Very well, begin your testimony.
He shrieks like a re-dead. Oh my god.
And he is a demon. Mystery Man, 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Well, someone could take your card. An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Oh, wait, I just put it together.
His card was stolen because he was writing a note that said he was missing something, and he had forgotten the number on his ID card. So he put 59 and then crossed out the 9 and then didn't fill it out because he couldn't remember his ID card number because he didn't have it. That's what it is. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. I'm like 2 steps ahead right now, okay? Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. Mystery Man 2! Alright. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. Press! So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir! Solid as stone, sir! If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir! Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. He said it doesn't make much of a difference because his hair is already spiky. Oh! See, I didn't catch that. I was just like, okay, whatever. Whatever you say, Nick! Oh my god. Big brain. That's certainly a theory, LMAO. I don't know what that's supposed to tell me. I mean, when I'm like voicing these theories out loud, I don't necessarily want people to confirm or deny what I'm saying. It's just me showing my thought process. But we have this, where is it? Yeah, we have this here. I think this would have something to do with him not having his ID with him. I don't know if it's exactly what I explained, but this is probably going to be tied to it. Alright. To enter the room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir! This card right next to my cuffs, sir! I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Taking a joke from one of my friends, the certainly a theory thing means absolutely nothing. Alright. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. And so I must leave now. So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer?
Shh, don't stare at him.
You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Oh, gotta go eat. Have a nice night and nice rest of the stream. I'll lurk in the meantime. Well, thank you so much for the lurk and the raid, Slicer. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful dinner or lunch or breakfast, whatever it is. And I hope I see you again soon. See you around.
At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked?
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Alright, let me say first.
He definitely caught my eye, that Miles guy. Oh my god.
We know, Sly. We know you thirst for him.
Okay, there's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. Have to use your ID card. Record.
Well, let me go with my theory from earlier. I don't know if it's time to show this yet, but...
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report?
It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? Can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Look at the way Meekins is standing there.
Order! Order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is, well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't gonna end well. Oh boy.
Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. What I'm thinking they're talking about is something I was already thinking in the back of my head this whole time of like, okay, so we're proving that that's not actually Goodman and these murders didn't happen simultaneously, right? This does not help us prove Lana's innocence. If anything, it probably proves that yes, she did kill him because the murder at the police department didn't actually have a murder. It didn't actually happen. Huge brain! Bravo, Mr. Wright, in Edgeworth language means, good job, babe.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Ah! Oh dear.
To be continued. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess?
Save! That's how I'll get out of the mess. I'll save the game.
Object.
Objection!
Always object. One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Gonna watch this again, huh? Okay. Is he gonna talk about how Goodman, or the faker, just kind of disappears? However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? I have to remember, he said Texas Marshal thinks he's a cowboy. It's high noon. Take that. Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
All right. Well, churn my butter and jingle my spurs. It's that darn old phony. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Subpoenaed? Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. I have never said that word out loud in my life. February 24, 11:32 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Some peanut? There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? I know what I said! Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything.
Emma.
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Bye! Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky! Yeah, that's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh! You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. By noon? Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Files for the Joe Dark killings, solved 2 years ago.
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, take it from me.
I don't know the tone of the sentence sometimes. I'm sorry.
Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma? But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know.
Unless...
No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
The Joe Dark... No. No, Lana. That's over with. No!
Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Awkward.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Can I do it now? Yeah?
Okay. Number SL9 closed.
Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall, Head Prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, Witnesses, Lana and Emma Sky, Executive Investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. So Lana was an investigator and a witness. Head Investigator, Bruce Goodman,
Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. Moss, Knight, Jones, Kirby, and Bates do not jump out to me yet, but Neil Marshall does because of Jake Marshall. I'm assuming that's his brother or father, something like that. Love Gumshoe so much. Gumby just had his coffee. He'll be like this for the next few hours. What if my name was in the police case report? Just kidding. Unless a Yeehaw was murdered? Apparently one of them. Alright, that's the only thing that jumps out to me right now, is that Marshall had a relative involved. Alright. Let's go back in. To be continued right now on twitch.tv/BishiDio. Alright, let's keep going. Well, I got through that part of the trial pretty quickly. I think I put the dots together really well that time. It's not always like that. But, you know, feels good. February 24, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Save jingle is great. Yeah, it's really cute. It's like a good little like text message ringtone, you know? Oh, gotta head to bed now since I have work early in the morning. Have a wonderful rest of your stream and good night, chat. Much love. Oh, well, thank you so much for joining in that raid earlier, Peachy. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful night and sweet dreams. I hope I see you again sometime. Alright, day of the crime. Time for Mr. Yeehaw, Mr. McCree himself. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Graveyard? Bone orchard? I'm just waiting for the moment where he snaps and the Texan persona drops. Oh yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Oh my god, the sass on this man. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's pretending. He's not being very helpful. There's a snake in my boot. He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Great! Cross-examination.
My job was to keep a wary eye on the Bone Orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? He said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that isn't my style, so he just decided not to. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in this way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? This man is shaving in the courtroom with a knife. Doesn't that mean he has a weapon in the courtroom? You're getting your peach fuzz all over the floor, dude. He doesn't look like he cares. The room's protected by 2 security systems anyway, so he's like hands off about it. He doesn't care. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. Really? That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? I was at a street-side saloon at the time it happened. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Eating spagooter! Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Well, you did take food bribes in the court, Judge, so are you really one to judge his actions? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? Mom spaghetti. Somebody touched my spaghetti. I'm just an innocent traveling man. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that, and that's why we don't allow backseat gaming. I'm Texan, and y'all can't tell me what to do. He's not even Texan, though, so he's a liar. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, I'd better up the ante.
What does does that mean? Nick? What exactly am I supposed to do? Well?
Is it too early to show that evidence then? We have to up the ante. Well... Okay, let me see. We're on the Bone Orchard. Make rounds 3 times a day. Protected by 2 security systems anyway. Fake! He can be an honorary Texan. Can we really decide that? We have to hold a meeting with every Texan first. Okay, so this evidence would show that he has a relative that was murdered in the SL9 incident. I don't think I need to use that right now. I have Marshall's fingerprints, which I know I'm gonna use against him, but I don't think he wants me to use it right now. This is not relevant yet. I could show... Well... I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. We do have 1 time slot unaccounted for at 4:20, and it's a bunch of 7s. I feel like that's probably him. Maybe. I don't know who else it would be that's relevant, you know? But I don't think that's what I'm supposed to present either. So I'm not really sure what it wants me to do here. It's weird because, like, I have some leads. Like, I could, you know, maybe present this and be like, who's the, you know, number 777, whatever. I can show the blood spatter here. I can show this. I mean, this is very damning evidence against him. I can show this, which has, you know, a relative of his involved. But I don't know what it wants me to do right now at this moment, because Nick basically just said, don't show the fingerprint yet. Up the ante first. But I don't know what that means. Like, I know what up the ante means, but, like, I don't know what it means right now for me in this game. I can't knock his passion for the yeehaw life. I'm gonna be brutally honest, I just realized that black stuff was his hair. But the way it's drawn on him, I thought it was like a bandana on top of his head, but under his hat as like extra protection from the desert sun. I just have trouble visualizing it as his hair. That's his hair? I thought the exact same thing as you. I thought he had short hair under like this scarf he was wearing. So it's not just me? Well, at least it's the 2 of us. You know? We can be silly geese together. Making mistakes, you know? Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Yes, it's his hair. Oh my god. Got me effed up! I thought the same thing as you, Ruuuvo. I don't know, great minds think alike. 2 gays think alike, more like, I guess. I don't know. Oh Lord Jesus. Okay, now I'm trying to get over this. I think it's more obvious in the original sprites. Okay, so maybe if you've only seen Marshall through this. Yeah, the HD sprites makes it a lot smoother. That's why I thought it was cloth, because I feel like everyone's hair has a certain look to it, and his kind of doesn't look like that. I don't know, but... Oops. Okay, let me go through this again. Okay. Wary eye on the Bone Orchard. Make rounds 3 times a day. 2 security systems.
Street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm an instant traveling man. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Well, let me save again. Let me just try to show the fingerprint, and, you know, if he's like, no, not yet, then I'll figure something out, but... What about this?
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this?
Okay, so I was supposed to do this? He said not to do it yet, god damn it! I'm never listening to Nick again.
Oh. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
You can see his cowboy boots!
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints. Almost made Edgeworth a Texan. I think it's my eyes. Even with the old sprites, it still looks like that. Oh my god. Giga brain. See, I knew that that's what I was supposed to present next was the fingerprints, but the fact that Nick was like, oh, I can't reveal my trump card yet. I have to up the ante first. That's what really threw me off. I was like, oh, okay, I guess. I can definitely see why it looks like a head covering to you. Don't worry. Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Let's hear it!
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
How does he know that the fingerprint we found was right next to the bloody handprint? I think that's kind of weird, but...
See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Let's see. Bloodstained fingerprints. Let's save again, just to be safe. Okay, like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. But wasn't the fingerprint like right where the finger mark was in the blood? Like right next to where it would have been?
Like, that's too much of a coincidence. One of them happened to be at the same place as the bloodstain hammer. I mean, come on! That's... So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened, the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. I'm not. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Well... Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
Yeah. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present. Please do so now. I'm probably gonna need to, like, pause it and look at it. I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna say yes because I'm assuming there is something, I just don't see it yet. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
Oh boy!
Well... So this is supposed to be his locker, right? Okay. And then this is supposed to be Goodman's locker, which is already open. Please no more of the Blue Badger music, I'm sorry! Alright, so... So he could have dressed up as Goodman, right? Maybe there's something on his person that matches Marshall, but not Goodman. That would prove that he's the one in disguise here. What are you talking about? This slaps! I don't see anything yet. Okay. I can go frame by frame with this. Nothing weird here. So there's the glove. I'm watching his face. Does he have like a mark here, maybe? I don't know. Does he have something on? Okay, I didn't see anything. There's Meekins. Nothing over there weird. Okay. So, he's turned around. Meekins is sneaking up behind him. And then he turns and then immediately gets him with the knife. He is still covered. Now Meekins is attacking him. And then he throws him. Okay. Oh. Rewind. So this is blood. Yeah, that's blood. Did he really know to hide behind this the whole time, though, as this is happening? Or is it just coincidence he got covered up? I think there's something in this moment. Well, is that his knife? Is that the knife that he shaves with, maybe? I don't recognize it. Like, does it look like that? Hold on. I don't know. I don't know. It kind of looks like this, doesn't it? Okay. I could just try random things and see what happens. I can always load a save. It's definitely not that. Did it ever say what the weapon was for this moment? I don't think so. That kind of looks like his knife, but it could also be Edgeworth's knife. But then how would he have it already, you know? Weird. Okay, play. And then he's just going. Kind of looks like his knife to me, but I don't know if that's it, you know? I'm just grasping at straws here, admittedly. Wait, okay, it shows his face for a second. Is that... No. Is that his hand right here? It's blurry, like I don't know, and it only appears for one frame, too. I can't tell what this is. Okay, I'm gonna present... I'm gonna present the knife? And then if that doesn't work, I'm gonna try that little bit that we see here on his face. I don't know. I can always load this in. There! How's that for evidence? Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes. Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first. Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course, not one to gun down unarmed boys. Oh great, now Edgeworth is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark. Yeah, alright, let's keep trying. Let's get back to the cross-examination. Wait, what? Oh, I have to go through all that again? No, I'm just gonna load, that is. Not doing that. I would go through the evidence without having to hear the music, but I'm not able to like rewind and pause
and fast forward, so... Imagine this music happening before a jump scare. No! Okay, let's try and see what's there. I don't know yet. Okay. Marshall's mistake. There he goes. He opens the locker. There he goes. Hits him. Attacks him. And then we don't see him. Oh! Oh, I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it. Okay. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video! Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing, Keith. Thank you. Thanks so much. You now have access to our sound effects and our emotes and some sub-only commands. Let me throw those into chat for you. There you go. And you get to be on a little paper star that I throw into a star-shaped jar. So let me write your name down here. There you go, Keith. I gotcha. There is your star there. I'll put you in the jar. There you go. We are about halfway up, I think. Maybe. Yeah, thank you so much for subscribing. Honestly, this music activates my jump scare fight or flight. I don't like the music. I don't like it. Okay. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. So yeah, he basically crawled on the floor and walked out as the camera was panned over to Meekins, and then he did something with his locker and the cloth came out. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Got him. Order, order. It would seem... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. It's fingerprint activated, dude. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Yes it does. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. No. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? 'Cause you are. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. Well... yeah, this. Fingerprint sensor? Oh, he's sweating! Is the Texas heat getting to you, partner? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Oh, what is that, beef jerky? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Oh my god. Order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. So when he's nervous, he chews on beef jerky? Olay? He's eating a Slam Jam! He's definitely as stubborn as a real Texan. Olay, please answer the question? What is he now, a bullfighter? Yeah! That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Oh, God. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was well, this is Meekins, right? And then this is, quote-unquote, Goodman? Well, he was here, right? He was, quote-unquote, Goodman. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he would know for sure. He didn't see his face. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. That's the second time! Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
I don't know yet. I don't know. I have to look. Oh, God.
Hey, Mega, welcome. Love watching people play puzzle games like this. Just the, oh shit, I get it moments are so good. I've been doing pretty well today. I haven't really gotten that stuck. Last week was a different story. I got stuck so many times. So, let's see if I can keep that up today. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one.
What can I do? Oh? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime, yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Is that his disguise? Did he take it off and put it in the locker? The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Well, very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. You gotta look at this video so many times! Oh my god. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Well, because he was covered in blood, right? He couldn't just walk out of the evidence room covered in blood. He had to take off the coat. I think I'll point to the bloodstains on the coat. This.
Take that!
How's that?
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Right, yeah, he wasn't expecting this. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Yeah, pretty simple. Not bad, partner. I'm getting it pretty good today. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. The video and the Blue Badger music are a meme in the community, of course. It obviously took a lot of effort to make the assets for the video, so they probably wanted to get a lot of use out of it. Oh, I guess so, yeah. Get him! 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Let's wrangle us a fake gunslinger! Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Okay. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Marshall's confession. Had to do it that day, couldn't stand by and let it die. Probably the case. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Because one of his relatives was involved. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID dressed like him, planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints.
Yeah, so like, why... How did the glove get in the door of the locker? Did he somehow do that ahead of time?
Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Interesting. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. Knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. Like a little baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no I didn't. Oh? Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Yep. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Okay. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I do, I think. I have an idea. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. I do know why. I do! But I'll say first just in case. Not the sad backstory music, I know. Well... I mean, it doesn't seem like he did this out of malice, right? Like, he's just trying to figure out the truth of this case, but he did break laws to do that, so... Alright, we're gonna show the case files. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner! I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Ooh. Gotcha, partner. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh, look at him! He's got a little vest on. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. See, this would have been the moment where me and Ruuuvo were like, oh, it was his hair the whole time? But we figured it out sooner. Definitely his hair. And I figured that was probably his brother, so I guessed that right too. Cactus juice, it'll quench you. Hair? This whole time? It was hair? That's my fake reaction. He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh yeah, he's in the little bottom left corner that I'm covering a bit, the brother. Oh? Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Oh. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
Ah!
I rest my case.
Wowie. That is a serial killer if I've ever seen one. And back to square one. So you were telling me for like the case that didn't really matter too much, I got all the answers right pretty quickly, but for the actual case we're trying to solve, I'm having trouble. Okay, yeah. I see how it is. I see.
Seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
I thought of it right away, honestly, but...
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Hold it! Oh?
Your Honor, wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, Wright? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out.
Did she just like shove Marshall out of the way?
Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Generous! A generous man!
Yeah, science daughter! I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky's sisters were in that file.
That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No.
Oh my god. Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Oh my god. Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
But why did you interrupt the trial then? If you don't have anything?
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, Those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. Oh my god, I'm saving again. Shoved him into fake Texas. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
I mean, yeah, it's unaccounted for.
Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
There's no problem. Goodbye.
Hey, Steven. Welcome. Welcome, Steven. Can I get a shout out for Steven, please?
I think she's just acting out of her desperation because her sister is the defendant.
Well, yeah, I'm just like, oh my god. You interrupted it, you don't even have anything, but no, I get it. She's just trying to save her sister. Slam that evidence down. Hello, Steven, hello. Playing more Gartic Phone, huh?
Gartic Phone is so fun. Ooh, there's no problem.
I object, of course. Always object.
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? This? As they say back west, suddenly he's back? Even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. That was wrong? It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong.
Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime.
What is it that bothers me about this blood mark? Please allow me another chance, Your Honor. I'll prove it this time. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well. Okay, so they're being lenient this time, that's all. Okay. Let me think about it a little bit more. Oh, God. I don't know. This one I'm not so sure about. Oh.
I was like, it's gotta be the vase. Somehow. Gotta be. It's wrong. Oh, it's been a blast. Judge being so judgy. I know. It's not like that's his job or anything. God. Okay, let's think about this. Which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan? Well, I mean, at least they're being lenient. Yeah, at least they're letting me just make a mistake and they're not taking off any of the, what is it? HP, basically. Oh, Lord. Something missing in the floor plans. Yeah, we could try the video again, I guess. I don't want to keep watching it, but... It's actually somewhat obvious, not to sound funny. Are you being for real right now, Steven, or no? Really? Really? You should have been here for the rest of the stream where I didn't get stuck on anything and I knew exactly what to say at any moment. I am being for real. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Alright. I don't, you know, okay. Get out! No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh, so, I mean, looking at this, the mascot's covering up where the handprint would have been, right? So, I mean, do I show the video or do I show... I guess I show the blue badger? Am I really about to present the blue badger? I think I messed up again. Oh. Oh? No? What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing. I was about to say standing. No, he was dancing. At the time of the crime. I can't believe the blue badger is important. Well? Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker! Never underestimate the blue badger again! What? Said Marshall. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Suddenly she's back next to us. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Balderdash? It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice! But how? Oh my god. One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Drake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. I'm gonna save my game. Proof that shows when the murder took place.
There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
I don't know.
It's probably this card, right? I mean, don't tell me. Please do not tell me. Let's see. I think this is all gonna be old evidence. I don't need to see all this, right? What shows when the first crime took place? I'm gonna show this, and then if it's wrong, I'll think harder on it, but I think it's this. Blue Badger is the true savior. Blue Badger is always important. I didn't want to notice them, Bishi said just a few hours ago. It was either before or after, Your Honor. Balderdash. Fake, just like Marshall's Texasness, I guess. No shame in save scumming. I did a few save scums like last week because I just could not figure out what to do at several points. Like I kept getting so stuck that I just kind of wanted to trial and error a little bit. I really prefer not to do that. I really try not to load my saves, but I save just in case. I mean, if I have like half health down, usually I'll just let it go. It's fine. But yeah. The Blue Badger did it. It's the murderer, I tell you. Sure, Steven, sure. Okay, let me present this. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Yeah, the bunch of sevens. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the Luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. So yeah, it's the person from 420. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. But who is this bunch of 7 numbers? There's only one other card number remaining, the bunch of 7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. Yup. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7. The bunch of 7s! I'm not saying all of them! Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son! The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. I think it's Mr. Garfield! Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Would you please shut up? There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not... Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SO9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Uh-oh. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Ooh? Well, Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Oh! Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana... Even if it involved forging evidence. Ooh! See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. Next time on twitch.tv/BishiDio. That's gonna be it for today. I'm leaving y'all on a cliffhanger. We've already been going for 4.5 hours anyway, and I think it'd be perfect if we end this next time and potentially start the second game, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know how much time is left in the game. I feel like it would take a little too long for me to try to do it today, and my voice is already starting to get a little bit tired from voice acting, so we're gonna leave it until next time. Let me play some music for you guys so it is not too quiet. Let me see. Oh yes, it always, I put it on shuffle, but it always picks Animal Crossing for me, but you know, that's fine. But yeah, that is gonna be it for us today. I think we got a lot done. I think that case was going pretty quick. I didn't get stuck too much, thankfully, today compared to last week. So yeah, we are gonna be finishing this game next time, next Thursday. So yeah, that'll be exciting. Either way, yeah, I mean, it says we'll finish the trial next time, but who knows, actually?
I don't know. I'm assuming I'm going to be finishing it though next week. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I really, really do appreciate it. There's my social media there. I'm most active on Twitter and YouTube. I also have a Discord open to anybody. You don't have to be subscribed. But yeah, I will see you guys next time, I guess. I hope y'all have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys around, maybe tomorrow. Bye-bye!